it is Sunday. I was just typing out the bin message. So yes, I'm slightly confused, I think, in general, just because, well, it is Sunday, and we put our clocks back last night. So, although it's 11:30 here, it's kind of 12:30 for everybody else. So, my brain has yet to entirely catch up with the change of time, as inevitably it does, just because, well, we've changed times. And there's always, like, loads of clocks automatically change, and you're kind of, great, don't have to touch it. And as an electronic person, I have a lot of electronics, and next to all of them change. And then there's the one clock that doesn't, right? Then there's the one thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't change the time. And so then you get confused, because inevitably that one clock is usually the one on your bedside table. And so you wake up and you look and go, oh, it's really early. It's quite late. I'll get up. And you realise it's earlier than you thought. So never mind. Today we are going to start. Oh, I know what I haven't done. I need to change. Hang on. Let's change this too. I've got to change the stream stuff. Why is it my typing turns to crap whenever I really don't need it? There we go. Updated that. That's a good thing. So, let's have a look. As we left it yesterday, we had set all of our bobbins up so that we could start on this. We've put a cloth down to try and minimise some of the let's call it wear and tear. I think that's oh jeez, how on earth have I done that? How is my whatever? That makes that really awkward. Let's move that over there. Right. I will probably bang the microphone a lot today. I apologise to that. Yeah. So, it is time to free some bobbins, make them a lot longer, because, well, we're not stuck at the bottom of the cushion anymore. So we can have nice long bobbins. Probably longer than that would be nice, but start with nice long bobbins. As you can see, some of them are getting a little bit short. But, at the same time, I mean, there's probably enough of it to make it to the bottom, but then it won't be on a bobbin. So, I'm not quite sure the best way of handling that. Because after all, bobbins are really only there to make our lives easy. So, let's have a look. Make sure I've got all the right things. So, you two are good. You are a pair. You are a pair. And you're a pair. So let's start with that. So, you are there. Now, I seem to recall last time we did. Yeah, you. So, you don't need a huge amount of thread on this bobbin. We didn't have for it to stay on the bobbin. And for us to be able to do the thing. So we shall snippity snip, snip, we knew this may happen quite a bit in this quarter, just because we've already established that I did not put enough thread on some of the bobbins. Now, it was only some of the bobbins, because obviously the middle ones really didn't need bugger all. Obviously the worker threads for the cloth stitch needed a lot, and I just didn't. But at the same time, we put that there, and we want to tying a knot. As I said, I know there are probably lace rope makers around the world crying because I tie a knot and put it around my pin. I find that quite a practical way to do it, because then it's got a bit of anchorage, and what I need to do is make this a lot shorter, because, well, I need to make this a lot shorter, and then I need to hook it round the pin that it should come from. So I need to expose you slightly, and you are pin number 2, so you lift pin number 2 and hook you round pin number 2, pop pin number 2 down so it looks like it's coming from the right place, and then make this a bit shorter because it's still too long. So yeah, and then now we do, let's wrap you around there to give you a little bit of keeping out of the way power. Let's snug you up, and pot of pins. Didn't open my pot pins yet. So, and the first pin of the day is bent. Excellent. We will almost certainly need the new pot of pins. So not, yeah, I was going to say, there's one further up than that. So I don't think we'll be doing kind of the 5.5 hour stream like we did yesterday, just because body kind of woke up this morning with a little bit of the, what did we do yesterday? Was that really the best plan that you have in life? Looking, let me turn that so I can see it better. Yes. It's looking crowded, but it's not really. I think that first one always does look a little bit weird until you've got some more friends. Leave you over a little bit like that. No, I'm just a bit conscious that it's. Move the table forward a bit. Like that. And push you back slightly so you're a bit more. That's better. Just was a bit conscious of the potential dog catapulting, so I wanted to bring it forward but not use the one stuck up under your finger. There you go. So yes, it's Sunday and it is time to be kind of exciting to be getting down to the bottom of our first square. Because obviously, you know, once we're one square down, we'll only have 17 more to go. But let's say we complete this week, because you know clearly that's a viable thing. Because the first week, oh look, I need to do a replacement on this one as well. Really. I've lost my train of thought. What an idiot. Oh well, go back to sleep. That's the best answer. Because clearly I'm not with it. So. I completely lost my train of thought when the bobbin did its thing, so yeah, this cloth's going to get annoying. But mine's stuck under my fingernail. So on the dog front, dog with sore leg, she's licking it and she's making it worse. It was doing alright, in fact it was doing really well, and then last night she licked a lot at it, and basically it's now back almost the way it was the day it happened, so now we need more bobbins. Oh, back's already a bit sore. As I say, my body is kind of telling me I overdid it yesterday, but it was worth it. So, let's take that off. You are round the wrong side. You will need to be longer, quite a bit. Start this end, I think. Make them more longer, then we'll sort them out because it's easier to see what's going on when you've got a bit more length behind it. So let's see. You two. You because you wrapped around the pin. That'll be right. So, got a dog kicking me in the back. Let's see. You're a pair for sure. That's a good thing. You are also crossbear, so you're crossbear, you're crossbear, you're crossed. You two need to cross, so. I mean, I've been sitting here a couple of hours now, my back's been fine. The moment I look at this, my back's now hurting. It's just ridiculous. So I'll do these just a tiny bit more. Yes, you are really. Thing is, I think an awful lot of them are like this one, are long enough, but aren't long enough because there won't be anything to really hang on to at the other end. So Seems a little bit annoying to be starting a thread for, like, 2 inches later to be not needing it again. But, that's the way it goes. Clearly I need to be more generous. I swear I put 2 meters on, and that should have been plenty generous for everything bar the workers, but clearly I didn't. Maybe I got a bit lazy somehow and just got it all wrong. So I need to pin you down at the bottom because you keep kind of waking up and being a bit annoying. So let's pin you down there, see if that helps. Right. So yes, we need to concentrate, is the short answer. See, that again looks a little crowded. Tuggity tug. I know what I haven't done. Yeah, this table's really not in a good spot now. So let's kill that, add that, kill that. One thing I really hate about a lot of web browsers is they start up, say, with a bunch of default tabs that you said you like, but you can't close them and end up with either no tabs or one blank tab. You have to add one, blank one, so you can close all the ones you don't want without your web browser closing. And that strikes me as slightly irritating, because it means that you can't check that this works. Sort this out. Click that, put that there. Right. So yes. This one needs redoing. It's not too sure, it's just falling apart and the tail's getting annoying, so. Oh no, I'm just kicking that table a little bit, but that's in 2.5 minutes. As I said, I think yesterday's epic was a little much for my back. It's definitely not happy today. That's a fat pin. I don't know where you came from. Let's start in. Get in there. You are now done for, so we can take you out. Yeah, dropped a pin. Don't know where that went. I only need to find a way to make it so that I can sit with the table more directly in front of me. And I can sit on my foot. I have a weird habit of sitting on my foot. Makes you go to sleep, but I sit on my foot. Only one of them, my left foot. Right, I'm just gonna do some horrific changes to move this around a little bit. Hang on. There we go. That makes me sit it a bit straighter, so hopefully that will be more comfortable. Could do with a cushion. Sorry, dog. I want my cushion. I need a cushion. A bit of back support as you're not there and doing your back job. There we go. That might help. There we go. on the other 3/4 of the couch. Thank you. It's a good boy. He actually went up through the big camper this time. You know what bobbins need? Some way of clasping that little first tail to the bobbin, because it's hard winding the bobbin to start with because there's nothing to hold the tail down, and then you end up with these little tails poking out, and then like this one, they start getting longer if the thing moves around, and this bobbin's getting really annoying. I've already rewound it twice. See, that's definitely long enough. going to stick a few bobbins together. Oops. This one. Right, let's put you round the corner. Time for some cloth stitch and a stretch. happy Sunday to you. I'm suffering a little after extra long stream yesterday, but it is good to see you. I definitely overdid it, I think, on stream yesterday. I think the epic too long was a little too long. Which is kind of weird, because, as I often say, I sit in this couch all day, every day, and it doesn't give me backache. But the moment I sit in front of this in a camera, I end up with backache, so... So, yeah. But we are persevering, and we are stonking along our... I did 5.5 hours and about 3 hours with a small gap. Well, I say a small gap, a couple of hours in the middle. It felt like half an hour, but it was. I think it was. The biggest problem I had was that normally the moment I get off stream, I start uploading the video to YouTube, and I don't have a particularly fast internet, and well, it hadn't finished uploading the first one. Before we started the second one, which kind of complicates matters, really. So yeah, it's. But we did do, to be fair. It is when you're not. I mean, to be honest, for example, if Monsters and Memories do a play test, I'll be up 24 hours and I will be playing that game all day. But at the same time, you get up for a pee, you go and get another drink, you open the door for the dog, you go and get a snack, you come back, you move around. But I'm also sitting directly in front of my computer, which is, kind of where I sit all day. So I'm sitting at an angle and in a way that is normal for my day. Whereas obviously like this, I'm sitting trying to be comfortable in front of my lace cushion, and clearly I have not perfected this yet, because it is of a bit of an angle, and because I'm doing so, it means that, for example, I'm really conscious that I'm sitting here and I'm not sitting up straight, but what do I mean by that? It's like I'm sitting on a slope. So I'm leaning to the right because one cushion, I'm kind of one butt cheeks down the crack kind of thing between two cushions. It's not, but it kind of is. And there's obviously a worn bit where my left butt cheek is. And so I'm not sitting up straight, I'm sitting at an angle. And this accentuates by the fact of how I normally sit. I either sit on my left foot or with my left foot tucked underneath and the right one on top. So it's really making me lean to the right. And for some reason, this makes the right-hand side of my back cramp. Even though you think it's actually more relaxed on the grounds that it's not stretching and pulling and doing all of those things. So, clearly I do need to, find a way to sit a little bit more comfortably while doing this. And so, kind of overdid it, I think, is the short answer yesterday. But we did good because we did a lot yesterday. Well, it's always one of those things is that a position seems good until you've sat. It's like everything. Whether it's a new relationship, whether it's a job, whether it's a hobby, whether it's watching something. Sometimes you start out and you're like, yeah, this is good. And then kind of the bits start, the shine comes off and you start kind of paying a little more attention to your surroundings. And like the new job, the building goes from being shiny and big and complicated and you don't know where everything is to you suddenly realise it's a lot smaller than you thought. And then you notice that maybe it hasn't actually been painted in 10 years because there's loads of dings on all the walls and there's, it really needs a paint. And then you start noticing like the corrosion on the edges of some pipes, and then you you know, the fact that someone's written on the toilet cubicle wall, and suddenly it becomes small and a bit grungy, and it is that kind of almost mentally you do the same when you know, if you watch a film, if you're really not into it, you can probably get about halfway through the film and then your brain goes, you know what, I'm not interested in this film no more. It's not working for me. I'm not enjoying it. We need to find something else. But you made it halfway through. Now, I will admit there was one film I watched. I do not remember the name of it, but it had Karen Gilligan in it. And in it, she and her brother, well, actor as a brother, had a traumatic childhood, and her brother had ended up in a mental home for many years. He'd been let out, and she was convinced that there was something weird in the house, so she'd set up cameras and temperature sensors and the whole complex array of things. And basically the entire film is based around the fact that they got trauma as a kid, which turns out to be kind of something to do with the house. And at the very end, she doesn't reset a timer that causes a really big axe to come down, and it chops off her head. And you kind of get to the end of the film and kind of go, oh. There was another one I think she was in, it might not have been her, but I'm pretty sure it was her, where she discovers at the beginning of the film she's got, say, cancer or something terminal, and so they have the option to clone themselves and train their clone to be them. I don't think I'll lose interest in my curtain. I think what will happen is that at one point I will need to do something else for a little bit, because obviously every triangle is going to be identical, and 72 identical triangles is perhaps a little big of an ask. So to make it realistically, I think there may have to be a minor diversion in the middle. Now, to be fair, I received in my email today something that I have struggled with. So you may recall, if you watched some of my early posts and things, I tried to do tallies. Now, I'm not overly a fan of tallies, but I do feel that they can have a purpose. But I suck at them. I absolutely suck at them, and I think I did a tally on stream, and I made a mountain of it. A bit like when I was working out how many bobbins I should have at whatever point of my cloth stitch zigzag. It took a long time, and eventually I got the under ovary sorted all out in my head, and we were able to perform the right actions, which was a result. But it did look a little bit like the cat chewed on it, and it was not a great success. Well, a kind lady has done me 3 short videos. It could have been one longer one, but she's done me 3 short videos of her doing a tally and explaining how she does it. So, for example, if I was going to tally these, all the videos say you've got to keep these 2 taut constantly. This one say, well, normally you'd swap them because this one's got more on it, but irrelevant of that. So this one's now going to do the going around bit, but how do you hang on to these 3 while this bit goes around? And obviously, should you relinquish tension on some of these, it starts looking a little bit wrong. Tallies end up either square shape or leaf shape as a whole. Now, as I say, I don't overly like them. So, for example, instead of rose ground in here, I could have done a fancy big tally thing and have like little flowers. I don't do flowers, but I could do flowers, right? And it is that level of frustration of there was something that my brain really refused to accept made sense because of how you do it. So, for example, you go under, over, under, over, under, over, under. But obviously you need to keep these so that they make it pull apart. And in doing that, it is very easy to find yourself screwing it up, getting confused. Keeping the tension is really difficult because obviously you've got to keep the tension, otherwise it doesn't really work. And that's right, just untwisting things. And so I just really struggled with it flat out, right? And although I made a tally, and it was literally one, that I won't say would pass muster, but at least it looked kind of tally-like. It didn't just look like a big knot of hate, which all my previous ones had done. But what she's given me is, instead of concentrating on the worker thread that's going round and round and round and round and round, you almost ignore that one. I mean, you have to move it, but the important part, that's right, for some reason I've got hiccups now, is to keep, you know, these two at the same angle. So, much like you do with these, and you do the bobbins and you move 2 pairs, you do the same, but you kind of only hang on to these. So this gets put down a lot, and it's these that you hang on to. And it does look like it makes a bit more sense, because obviously most of the videos you can find on making tallies literally almost go, do not let go of these. Well, I've got 3 of them, okay. Well then, how am I supposed to chuck this one around if I'm constantly hanging on to these 3 and can't move them? So little autistic brain cells had a bit of a melt, and because she says you're allowed to move them, you just have to keep them taut. And what you do is obviously you return to the right setting to make sure that you get a smooth tally, and she showed how to maybe tidy it up a little bit if it's close but not quite. And so I'm going to have a go at that. So at some point I will probably do a bit of a bookmark with tallies down the middle, because although I don't like tallies, it's a bookmark, right? It's going to be stuffed in a book. Not, you know, I've got plenty of books, only about lace making, but stuffed in a book, and we can do something along those lines to practice the tallies. Hate them, but practice them, and you know, and if they are terrible, doesn't matter. Can always burn it. It's only a bookmark, and so, you know, something like that in the middle will help with coming back to this, because it's not that I don't want to do this, and I'm very conscious already that last week we did 2 triangles. This week we did 1, and I'm a bit conscious that now obviously I had the pin shenanigans, I've got the stuff going on I can't talk about, and obviously my brain cells are, you know, somewhat caught up in those. But it doesn't distract from the fact that we could have done better this week. But it's also important not to beat myself up for the fact that I did a few other things this week. I'm allowed. And it's a bit like a diet. If you tell yourself you cannot have, instantly the diet becomes a chore and laborious and awkward, and you hate it, and you feel bad because you can't have. You know, it's your best mate's birthday, but you've told yourself you can't have cake because you'll get fat. Well, 1 piece of cake will not make you fat. It just won't. Even if, okay, if you eat the whole cake, which is a bit of a bad habit I can do because I'm single and no one stops me. But to be honest, even if I eat 1 cake, as long as I don't do it every week or every day, it is not a problem. You are allowed to enjoy life, and enjoying it is essential. Do not put yourself in so much of a prison that you can no longer enjoy the life because you're trying to be something you're naturally not. And this is part of the reason I don't like going down the gym. Now, there are people who love going down the gym. Great for you. But for those of us who do not enjoy it, because maybe we're fat, we're really self-conscious, and no one needs to see that by the fact that you got changed, you're already bright red and sweating like a horse, right? So from that point of view, you do kind of want the ability to have a bit of flexibility, to be able to enjoy your life. So you want to be able to incorporate your exercise, but in a way that you will enjoy it, and not one that feels like, I'm going to go down the gym for 4 hours, otherwise I'm going to be fat. Because, well, then you'll hate it anyway. you've got to enjoy going down the gym because you're going to go and see somebody there, because, you know, maybe you've met, not, you know, not romantically, but maybe you've met someone there that, you know, is kind of on the same journey you are, is maybe feeling fat and unfit and, you know, slightly out of sorts too, and that you know, camaraderie of it all, and you join together and, you know, you unify that hope of, hang on, just counting bobbins as I go, but it is, you have to find ways to enjoy it, and if you can't find ways to enjoy it, you are not going to maintain it. Oh look, ads. Really? What did that ping that for? Yeah, look at that one. Sure how that happened. Told me how to have done after like no milliseconds, but it still says wait 179,000 milliseconds, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. Right, so we can put two of you back in there. Pokey. Slide you around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick! That's you there. Stickity stick. So now I'll pass you off round here. Keep you out the way. And now we need some of you. So we need you. But not you two for now. So for you, Twisty, I'll stitch. There you go, you should be back from ads now. But yeah, I think that, like everything, if it becomes a chore, you'll resent it. Which is why, for example, people like me hate housework. But at the same time, if you can find a way to keep it interesting, if you can find a way to enjoy it, if you can, because sometimes it's not that you don't enjoy it, but because you have already committed to yourself that you're going to do, you know, I don't seem to have made a hole in this one. Yes, I have. You know, because I've committed to do, you know, a crap load of triangles, it's a few too many, if you know what I mean, and it is a daunting task, and it then means that at some point your brain's going to go, I'm bored of these now, I don't want to do this anymore, why did we pick this, we should have made something smaller, we should have done something else, and That would be a shame, because obviously I would like to finish it. So I think to make sure I do that, I do need to do, you know, a bit like I did with the stream yesterday. Before I feel almost resenting because my back hurts because, it's better to stop, take a break and come back to it, you know, having, you know, lay down a bit or taken some painkillers or had a bit of a good stretch and let your back calm down, and then do another, say, 90 minutes, 2 hours, then force yourself to do, say, another half an hour, cripple yourself, hate it, be in agony, not want to do any because it hurts, and start building up a level of resentment. So it is one of those things is that I'm quite conscious that it is going to be easy to find myself in a position where this is going to be a problem. Oh, dog's waking up. Farmer Giles is out in the garden. He's out, well, it's not my garden, but the field behind us. So yeah, I just, you know, it's important to me to stop before I hate it. So, you know, if after, I know, 3 squares or something, I make a bookmark or I knit or, you know, or do something, anything, I think that will be the best way to stop the brain fatigue and the resentment of it. Just because, as I say, it would be a shame to make it feel like a chore when it should be an enjoyment. After all, it is a hobby, not my job. I do not have to do 40 hours a week. You know, I don't have a time sheet I need to fill in. I don't have to get it signed off by anybody. So if I only do 4 hours in a week, I do 4 hours in a week. As long as I make some progress, progress is good. If I'm in the mood to do kind of like, you know, 10 hours every night or something, well, I'm not quite sure how possible that would be, but, you know, let's say I'm prepared to do 10 hours every night, well, then I'm 10 hours every night. It's kind of going a bit with the flow, and the dog, really, you're going to try and come up through there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. Come on. There really isn't a Rory-sized hole there, you know that, right? Pup. Oh, you're going to be my bolster cushion now. Okay. I have a Rory cushion. Rory cushions are nice because they're warm. No, not a pinnable. Not convinced I did that right though. I did. Wow. Go me. Right. It's you. You're out the way. Should probably stick you, really, shouldn't I? Stickety, stickety, stick. We'll be back for you shortly, but stickety, stickety. Make you a bit longer so that you fit in the stick a bit better. So you can already see that some of the ones near in the middle are nowhere near as short as some of the outside ones. So I wasn't overly wrong in my guesstimation of how long a thread I needed, but at the same time, as can be apparent in these 4, these are getting a bit close. As I say, the biggest problem is going to be is I think the actual thread is long enough to make it to the bottom, because bear in mind the triangle finish is there, so there is significant thread beyond it, but I'm not sure it's enough to keep the bobbin on the end of the thread, and it would make finishing very difficult. Finishing generally needs a reasonable chunk of thread. You should be able to do it with a lot less, but it just doesn't seem to work that way for some reason. So yeah, I don't want to get bored of it. I want to finish it, because I do think it'll look nice as long as I don't fudge up the joints, which, you know, that would be a bit of a disappointment after all this work. Mangle it trying to join them together. considering some form of join as we go option. This feels wrong. Yeah. This is not right. I forgot to do the magic fiddle. I forgot to join these and to twist them. See, I knew it didn't feel right. Yeah, it would be a shame if it grows resentment because I keep pushing when I arguably should stop. It's the same as your body. If you push it too hard, pushing it a bit is good for it. You know, not giving up the first time of, oh, I don't really want to do that, is good for you. But at the same time, if you do too much, if you do, you know, you can injure yourself, even if it's not, you know, it's not like I'm talking decapitation here. I am just talking, you know, pull a muscle, strain a muscle. But then, of course, if you strain a muscle, you can be in a position that you're now unable to do something for a while because of it. And, well, that can be a bigger setback. Yeah, happy makings to you. I hope yours goes well. Be good, and I shall speak to you shortly then. And you, enjoy. See, no, you are supposed to be there, but you're supposed to be down. Buttercup, how are you? Tea sounds like an exceptionally good plan. In fact, tea is one of the most disappointing parts of living on your own. There is no one to go. Slightly out of phase from the clocks going back, because I'm sure you understand. It is difficult to feel in sync with the world for a good few hours after the clocks change. Somehow going forward's never quite so bad, because you kind of go, oh, is it 6 o'clock already? Oh, okay. Whereas when they go back, it's kind of like you get up earlier than you expect, and you look at the clock and you kind of go, oh, it's 10 o'clock. I thought it was later than that. You do that for the whole day, and then, I mean, I did. You do know it's only 1:15, right? Yeah, and that's the other problem we have in this country, is that every clock is electronic and sends you round the thing, and they all update except usually for the one by your bed. So obviously, getting up for work tomorrow, you know, we need to all pay careful attention before we get, you know, rabid phone calls from managers going, "Where are you? You needed to be at work an hour ago," and all that kind of joy. So yes, but yeah, living cups of tea, and being sick are the only times I really miss having people around. Because, like now, I'm drinking some Coke. It's got a bit warm, but it's not warm, it's just a bit warmer than I wanted. But, you know, kind of, there are times when you just give a body part for someone to go, do you want a cup of tea? Or, I was going to, you know, do you fancy this for tea? I was going to cook it. Rather than having to go and cook it yourself. I do occasionally miss that. But I will say, for the predominance of my life, lived alone. I was married for a while. But I have predominantly lived alone for most of my life. So, it's not that I'm unused to it, and it's not that I hate living alone, because clearly I don't. Because one of the things I do like about living alone is that, you know, you can eat cake for breakfast, or curry for breakfast, and cake for midnight snack, and, you know, there's no one to judge, which is a good thing. And if you want to sleep in till, you know, mid-afternoon because you're tired, well, you sleep in, you know. If you don't tidy up today, you don't tidy up today. It's, you know, the thought police aren't going to come and get you. So, from that point of view, I really do enjoy the freedom of living on my own, not having to comply with other people's wishes. Not that I hate other people's wishes, but just not having to comply with them can be a bonus. So if you don't want to do the dishes right now, they can stay in the sink, and, you know, you're not going to greatly offend anyone. And, you know, the dog's quite easier about a lot of things, so they're not going to complain as long as they get food at some point, and they go out occasionally and do all the dog type things and get a few hugs. Then, you know, their needs are met, they're quite happy about it. And so being single is kind of liberating in a way, but at the same time, when you're sick, when you're, you know, the fact that there is no one who will turn around and go, oh, would you like it if I did this for you? Because the answer usually is, yes, I would love it, but I don't have those options, which is, you know, by choice, so that's fine. So yes, I'm slightly, I can't believe it's only 20 past 1. Oh dear God. I know in kind of in practical times it's 20 past 2. So body clock says, but body clock is saying it's way later than that, which is kind of the problem. It thinks it should be even later. It's not. And I'm on call again this week. I'm on call 3 weeks in a row, which, you know, does not overly fill me with joy. We're fortunate that, as a whole, we don't get many calls, but you still have to be available with your phone and in a fit state to do it. So. So what have you been up to, Nautical? What are you working on at the moment? Just do this properly, Kevin. Stop. You can go there. Uh-oh. And I imagine that's a lot of hard work too. I mean, I can imagine drawing it, and I can imagine how easy it is to go wrong on it, because it's very similar to making lace charts and other things, is that you're trying to make sure that this is equidistant from that, and that's equidistant from this, and then suddenly you discover it's not, and that you've been wrong for the last 2 hours, so... Fair enough. We've come across quite a few threads now that are not really long enough. If you look at some of these bobbins along the sides, you can see that some of them are really quite short. Now I think they're long enough to make it to the bottom, and perhaps if I tied a knot in it and added, say, 6 inches of string to the end, that they would be long enough to complete the project. But because of how you finish the ends, so for example, under here where we've got the original pins, you have to try and put magic crochet hook stroke pinhead through the hole, making a loop, pulling the other loop through, popping bobbins through it and tying knots, right? And in doing this, obviously you don't really want knots in the yarn as you do it, because, well, they'll get stuck for starters. And so we've added some yarn along the way. Some of them are bunching up funny, like this one. Some of them are slightly coming undone because, as I said, it's fatter this end than that, so it kind of slides down given a chance, which is highly irritating. And these bobbins, I think, have got a form of coating on. I don't think they're just, slightly polished wood. So I daren't just sand it and make them flat, which is irritating. But it is how it is. And but I'm working my way through. I started what 2 hours ago, and I'm halfway through my rose ground, so I'm not doing bad timing. I could. I really. Do they need to mesh together, or do you need just a bit like lace making, sufficient overlap so that they're not free floating? So that, for example, like where my two zigzags are, previously they actually touched, so you kind of join them together and it made the square visibly join at the bottom. These do not. Now, arguably I could do something and swap the worker threads and make it join, and it would look alright. It really would. But I chose not to, and so you get the kind of gap. She says, reaching over for previous triangle. So here, you can see that the zigzags don't... Farmer Giles and his Land Rover. I don't know what his actual name is, I just call him Farmer Giles. So here you can see there's a little square where these don't meet and the rose grounds are either side. On the original square, so this one, the actual zigzags did meet. Now, I could have tried to make them meet, but that was going to get complicated. So, it's things like, as long as you can have... Oh, for God's sake, Rory, come on. The gap is not big enough for you. It's not designed for a dog. Especially the lack of intelligence in this dog is outstanding. But if you have bits that join them together so that they, so for example, obviously I've got rose ground in the middle and then cloth stitch. I mean, obviously mine are joined by the fact that the same threads go to make the middle. But let's say I wanted to make the rose ground pink. I could hide all the other threads somewhere, in the cloth stitch down the side and add loads of pink ones. But as long as I anchor them at the edges, they will be sufficient because they can't run away and it's not loose. Whereas one of the pieces I made, which is not on my desk, didn't have enough, which meant that if you picked it up, it was more like one of those baby stroke kaleidoscope things with the spinning rings, so that it kind of spun in itself and basically it was structurally unstable and would have been hit. So, it is that kind of, as long as you've got enough to make it stable, can you get away with it? Or if, by almost making two pieces and joining them together? Or do you really need it to be kind of one string with no voodoo involved? Because obviously I am no master at your stringification. But I do logic. Stop licking your bloody leg, dog. God awful noise. Come on. Come sit on the couch. Come on. Fair enough. I can imagine that it's quite easy to end up in a scenario where, as you've said, you've got this tangling that works great and that tangling that works great, but the two do not tangle correctly together. And obviously, Amy says obviously that she is most distressed by your problem, and that she feels that she needs to be involved. Yes. You need to stop licking that leg, my love. You do. Because you're making a mess of it. Let me have a look. I can't see it very well, because every time I try and look at it, you just roll over backwards. Yes. Yes, you do. So yes, I can imagine that it did, you know, trying to adhere to the kind of weaving law of over-under does make it more complicated. Well, it is, and you know, and obviously, if it's made of one thread that goes round and round and round and round, realistically, it's just a big pile of. It is a coil of rope, just in a fancy manner. But as we all know, that it is the fancy manner that often makes it work, and you need to do the twisty, turny, undery, overy bits in just the right manner. Otherwise, well, it kind of falls apart. You had lunch. You did. Sorry, we're being somewhat annoying here. You had lunch. Yes, you did. Do you need huggies because you feeling sad? Oh dear. This is Crackhead. She's a little bit, Crackhead. And as a whole, she is not the cuddliest of dogs. Well, she wants to be, but by the time she's in your lap to get the cuddle, her brain has moved on to something else, and she's getting off because, well, she's thought of something else to do. So she wants the cuddles, but she's normally not stable enough in her mind to be still long enough to have them. And she learnt with her paw this week that sitting still, you can get huggies, didn't you? You're a good girl. Yes. So yeah, she's learnt she can have huggies and that they're actually quite nice. Yes, and I think, and to be honest, if you look at how this bit of lace is going, I started with, I think it was 49 pairs of bobbins, right? So I started with 98 threads that go round and round and round. And realistically, they will form an endless loop, but they will have tangled along the way to make an interesting pattern. And in theory, because of the never-ending kind of twisty and stuff with it, you possibly could do it with a single bit of thread, an awful lot of it obviously, and a lot of hard work, because as it comes round, you wrap it round the other one and go over here and come back over there, but it would be very difficult to get the tanglings right without the others to be there as markers for it. I want to put Germaline on it, dog. I really do. You're quiet, so. But as you say, it's the, you know, in your case, you've got one piece, you know, a bit of rope, or a couple of bits of rope if you've got, you know, a couple of colours, that kind of thing. And to be honest, if you look at how some of the bobbins move about on my lacework, you can see that most of them don't actually go straight down. They kind of do, but they kind of don't. In the ground stitch, they do kind of go straight down. But in the rose ground, the 4 that come in here are the 4 that come out the other side. So they don't take a straight path to hell kind of thing. They go indirectly, and it is that level of indirect that makes it complicated, because you wouldn't be able to work with it if you made it out of a single thread. Will you stop it? I think it's prickling. I think some of the nerves that maybe got a little bit mangled in her leg, because it was quite a reasonable hole in her leg, are occasionally doing that prickle, because every so often she will jump like someone stabbed her in the butt, and she's kind of like, what was that, and doesn't realise that it's just the nerve. It's almost a bit like when your foot comes back from being asleep, the prickling, and it's like, why didn't you make that fuss when you were going to sleep? Why are you only making that fuss now you're waking up? If you'd done it on the way down, we wouldn't be in this mess, you know. So yes. I think the thing I would struggle with most with your rope twisting is how to join the ropes without making a colossally huge lump. Because I'd be very good at making colossally huge lumps, but not necessarily a aesthetically pleasing join. Even though I know as a weaver you can kind of untwist it a bit and pull out a bit of the, you know, let's say it's a 3-ply rope, or you can, you know, get back to, you know, you can chop one off for say 3 inches and another one off for another 3 inches and work the opposite way on the other side, so that you end up with a smooth join when you twist it all back together. And I know all of that in theory, but sometimes the practice is way harder than it sounds. Which is why you can't really do it with lace making, because these threads are way too small to be doing that effectively. It's very hard to make it tiny. I mean, in theory you can. Never seen a lace maker try though. I'm sure there are some who do. Someone somewhere probably does. Oh, I've got yawns again. Pardon me. I had a hell of a job uploading the videos yesterday, because the big session one was frigging 9 gig of it, so I do have such a crappy internet. It took hours. We got there in the end. Which reminds me, actually, I know something I forgot to do yesterday. Let's do this while I remember. Which is to move the videos I've uploaded into a folder, so that I don't accidentally upload the same one again, because, well, I nearly did it again yesterday, so. uploading it, and then for some reason my brain went, "Are you sure that's the right one?" And my brain was going, "Yeah." And then I looked at the file name of it and kind of went, "Actually, no." Because of course it was late by then. So. Ended up re-uploading. I hadn't uploaded all of it. I'd uploaded enough of it that was a waste. Oh dear, yawny good. I was up a bit late last night, even allowing for the clock differential. And I think that's a natural progression, to be honest. I mean, obviously I designed this mat based upon the original mat. But it is... Sometimes you don't... I mean, obviously when you follow someone else's design, they've already worked out all the kinks. They've already worked out that you can't do that there because, so you have to do this instead. And so I think that it is a natural progression of, well, for a lot of us, to follow a load of instructions, make some things, get the hang of it, see how things go together, what commonalities there are, but also to be aware of the other things that there are, and that curiosity of, well, can I substitute this for that? Can I do this instead? Can I join that to this without it looking like, you know, the cat died on it? And I've always been puzzled by the individuals who do not do that, because the number of times in a crafting group, you know, I'll have been doing the craft for like 5 minutes, and I'll already be going, well, I like that, but I think I'd like it more if I did this instead, and so I do that instead, and then people go, oh, I couldn't do that. Well, why not? You know, it's the... Try it. The worst that can happen is it doesn't work, it looks like, you know, a dog bath, and you don't do it again. But now you've learned that you cannot do that with that, because it doesn't work. Or it doesn't work with that particular thread. And so you do sit there and it's kind of like, surely part of it is the natural curiosity of, like you say, you get the basic rules, you've got the how to achieve things. The next extension is to put them together in a variety of your own making, to make a thing of your own making. Now, it might be very similar to a thing that you once made, but well, it's like a recipe. For sake of the argument, you make a cake. Now, you make the cake's all right, nothing's particularly wrong with it. But maybe you want it a bit moister, so you don't put sugar in it. You put a bit, the sweetness doesn't solely come from sugar anymore. You deduct some of the sugar and replace it with honey to give it a slightly different flavour, but a different style of sweetness. Maybe you substitute the butter with a bit of oil so that it's not quite so dry. Now, on some cakes, it probably turns out shocking because you use too much of the second ingredient or the new ingredient, and it became structurally unsound. And it tasted alright, looked terrible because it couldn't be cohesive. But at the same time, you're learning all the time where the kind of division and stability limits are. And then you know that, for example, if you put a runny mixture in the oven with bits in it, all the bits sink to the bottom, and then you end up with bits, you know, glacé cherries or whatever, stuck to the bottom of your pan with cake on top. It's not really mixed in. You need a much firmer mixture to support the glacé cherries so they don't sink through the batter. And all of these things are things that you could read in a book, but until you've tried it, it doesn't properly link up as to why it works with that one and not with that one, or while these two appear similar on face value, that they're actually, you know, structurally quite different. So, for example, when making yarn, you spin one way, ply the other. And people talk of S and Z twist, and these are a thing, but realistically it's clockwise and anti-clockwise. But now, if you make them all, I can't remember which is the normal way around. I think plied S, spun Z, but yeah, most people become familiar with S and Z, right? But I think, hang on, let me have a look. Actually, let me not do it with that, because let me do it with my fat, chunky bit here. So this is an S plied bit of yarn, which means that the singles are plied in a Z direction. So the Z means obviously is that the twist forms on it in an anti-clockwise direction. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the direction that you moved it. Now, part of that is there was reckons that, you know, it was always said that if you didn't do that, the demons came, you know, the demons could settle in your yarn or something. I mean, that's not the case. What it does mean is that if you try to use it with yarns that weren't done the same, and that's very true with weaving. So, for example, if you do your warp one way, you weft the other, you get a very different reaction to the same all the way across the board. And the problem lies in how you mix it. So if you're knitting, knitting will inherently undo checking again, hang on, looking at my yarn, the Z plied yarn because of the way you twist, whereas S plied yarn will end up twisted tighter. Crochet does the same. To be honest, with lace making, it can undo it. If you get it wrong, it can undo it, because if you wind the bobbins and you don't turn the bobbin, you wind the wool, you're adding or subtracting twist to it. Actual working with the bobbins, they will tend to sort themselves out. Because realistically, you're not actively twisting or untwisting the yarn. But it is kind of the whole of these things make a difference. And as you say, weavers do it because it gives different strengths in different directions, and the crossing of it allows for more springiness or less springiness. And part of you is kind of going, well, let's say you use Z1, you know, for warp and S for weft, and that allows for extra springiness. Well, if it's the other way around and you use S for warp and Z for springiness and that doesn't, well, surely that just makes the weft side more springy, because, well, it's just 90 degrees to where it was before. But the answer is not entirely. And a lot of these things are subtle things that almost don't make sense, but it's how it works out. And so, yeah, it's as you said, you know, if you're doing your rope thing, if you try to mix S and Z in a wrong manner, you could end up with a big tumbly knot. And if you do it in the right manner, you get an interesting effect. And sometimes the effect is the one you meant, and sometimes it's not, because you weren't paying attention. But as you say, then to design a pattern that maybe requires that or doesn't require that, it adds an extra level of understanding and... a van, don't think it's for me. You know, it is... Oh, Enterprise car hire. I know, he's probably just turning around there. It's funny, for a cul-de-sac that's actually a private road and they're not supposed to come in here unless they're actually mean to, we get an awful lot of people in our road. Oh, ads in 3 minutes. So yes, it is a complexity to make your own designs. Now, obviously, with this one, I had seen one similar, and I have made a variation on that rather than flat invented it, having never seen one like it. Okay, I shall do that. Hang on. I have a message, indeed. Okay. I like how that looks. That looks good. No, but I can kind of get some idea. You know, if I pick a point, any point, and follow the pattern around, because obviously the outside is let's call it busier than the middle, so it goes kind of loop-de-loop-de-loop, but it's interesting to see how the loop-de-loops work, and I can see that there is a path. The making the little circles would be interesting to me. I'm not sure quite how you do those, but the generic kind of loop-de-loop bits around the edge I get. I like that. That's cool. I can't wait to see how that one turns out. Just quickly check on what's going on outside. Oh, he's abandoning himself in the middle of the road. Well, that's really clever. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. So I'm puzzled by the van. He seems to have kind of arrived, opened his door and abandoned it, blocking the entire road. My road's kind of T-shaped. It's the second time it's done that. Started the ads and immediately said done, even though it's got a weight on it. Did I click on something I didn't mean to? Delay? No. It's not disabled, it's still there. I think that's what's wrong with it. Right. Yeah. My road's T-shaped, and the guy's come in, turned round, and basically blocked the down pipe of the T with his van. The door's open and he's kind of wandered off. Don't know what he's doing then. Strange people. Ground. Getting far too many bobbins at this point, so I think we shall stick some of these to the back. Oh, I heard slamming of door, that sounds promising. Can you not, dog? You can pile up at the back. This one over here. So I was just muttering about the van in the road. the man who was turning round, my road's T-shaped, and he got his van, blocked the top of the T. So, for example, if I make it out of these sticks, right, the road's kind of like this, and he came in, turned round, and then has stopped right here, sideways, got out, and sodded off. But I think I just heard a door slam, so I've got a feeling he's got in and gone away. But our road is actually a private road and a cul-de-sac, so he's got no business coming in here whatsoever, really, unless he's visiting one of the 3 people who live here. So, well, he's gone now. That's the important bit. Flip. Right, let's shove you out of the way. Check that you are the ones that I want, and I've got a feeling you're not. Because I think you, yep. Right. Just checking. Right. Wise making would be so much quicker without the pins. I know they're essential, but it's the stopping and doing the pinning bit that takes all the time. Oh, sit down, dog. Stop being so excited. The world is just not that interesting. That you're perfectly reasonable and you're testing out variations on a theme. Well, it's either that or I'm your kind of nuts, so... can understand that. And talking of the distractions, you see here, can't really see. If I move the pillow up a bit, and the camera. Oh, for fuck's sake, dog! If you want to sit up there, why don't you stay up there? I'm trying to do something, you annoying bag of fur. So if I move to the bottom of my pillow, you can see here the end of my thread. Well, the end of the triangle's here. So in theory, this is plenty long enough. In practice, maybe not. And what do? Do I... Because it doesn't stay around the bobbin very well. But it's only got to make it to here. Which, you know, it looks... I haven't really got any tape. That's not true. I do know where there's some painter's tape, actually. If I get up, the dog's going to get up. Now, the problem is I don't know if it is actually long enough. Hang on, let me do a bit of a thing. It could be. See, I reckon that's just about long enough to not need replacing. But at the same time... Oh, look, you can see my terrible duvet. I'm going to get my painter's tape. Hang on. I have a old duvet that I use as a leg blanket because I am a draft magnet, and because the doors open, well, unlocked more accurately, so that the dogs may go in and out, I don't need to be freezing. Therefore I have... Amy, get your face out of it. A blanket to reduce the draft. Rory will now want to come back up. Come on, you annoying real bag of fur. Come on. That's right, you kick everything. Just get your butt in there. Come on. Just sit down. Sit down and be good. Even though it's not really in your nature, I'm sure of it. Donk! Now, is that where you need to be? Where's the other one? There. Now that's not right somehow. You're twisted, so over, twist, and over. There we go. Rory, you're making it awkward. I was all comfortable. And Amy, I don't need your help. No. Yes, you've got a breath like a builder's butt. What have you been doing? I'm not convinced. Okay, I want to look at this. I'm going to put some germaline on the dog. One moment. She's going to lick it straight off, I know, but I'm going to put some germaline on the dog. Come here. Give me your paw. Just lie down then. Now stop licking it. Don't lick it. Rory, that is the most awkward place to sit, my man. Come on. Right. There. Don't lick it. Okie doke. Now, do I need these two or not? I think the answer is not. That's a good thing. We like the fact that the answer is not. You can keep you out the way. Just sit still, little one. Leave it. One of the things I did notice about the zigzags, actually, is that other than the brain fart of they're fatter one way than the other, it actually shows. If you look, this is so much fatter than, say, this. It goes thin, fat, thin. They're not equal looking. I'm less comfortable with that. I mean, obviously I'm going to stick with it, but I'm less comfortable with that, and I think for future works, one will need to work out how to achieve a way of maintaining a identical looking width the whole time. Wasn't overly apparent to start with, but now I've worked out that they are definitely thinner one way than the other. And interestingly, because it would have been made this way up, the thin ones are actually where there's more thread. How the f does that work? Now that's a fat one, that's a thin one. So something obviously went a bit wonky on this one, because it was probably part of the reason I was confused. But certainly that's a fat one and this is a really thin one. Yet there's technically only a pair of bobbins difference in it. I don't know. Must be a way of counteracting that though. Must be a way of making it so it looks a bit more even. solve that problem. Those are the right colour. So I'll do that just in case. back over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We shall stick these. Pile. For some reason you are out of sorts. You should be somewhere in here, about there. So you can now go on the pile. And we're back to you. And you need to sod off and go and play with the pin. 2:30. We're not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. I fear there's mistakes that I haven't seen yet. Let's have a good squint from this angle. Not obvious. Nothing leaps out at this point in time, so that's always a good thing. What I will do is some pin pushing though. So let's turn you around like this and do some magic pins down the edge. Stick, pokey stick. We can take out some of these pins from here. You shittity pants poo. Been pulling out pins I didn't want to. Put them back. These, because we can. Dog's going nuts again. Fuck's sake. You literally just got down, dog. Why can't you just not? Come on. You sit there. That's a better spot. I like that spot. That's got a bit more back support to it. I like that spot. this around the place. I'm going to do a bit of tape on the bottom of this one as well. Slow progress. every progress is good progress, as long as you're not completely screwing it up. And again, like we were saying earlier about, if you force yourself into refusing, you can't have cake on a diet, you just resent the diet, right? And if I force myself to do, I know, I must achieve so many stitches a day, I must do so much a day, I must do so many hours, it becomes a chore and you begin to resent it. Part of the reason this is slow is because the ground stitch is 90% pinning, 10% twiddling, right? And so it is a slow stitch to progress. Unlike, say, cloth stitch, I mean, if these were cloth stitch diamonds, they would grow so fast. And for me, much as I really like the ground stitch because it does give the right kind of ambiance for a net curtain, I mean, obviously, ideally, it should be far thinner threads, but my sanity is only so fragile. But I do like how these turn out. I think I'm not unhappy. I mean, it's a heavy net curtain from that point of view, in the sense of it's quite a dense net curtain. But at the same time, where it's going to be and all of that kind of stuff, that's not really a problem. As I say, it's not like I'm giving it to the Queen. So it is, but it is slow growing because each of those ground stitches is cross twist pin, cross twist, cross twist pin, cross twist, cross twist pin, cross twist, and of course, getting to the pot, picking up a pin, stabbing the pin in, making sure it's pushed down. That takes the most time. The actual bobbin flicking about is really quite short. It takes almost longer to say the word cross than it does to do it. So I am quite conscious that I don't want to belittle myself too much, although self-deprecation is definitely up my alley. I don't want to make too much out that I'm not doing well or that I'm not making the progress I hoped, because I haven't kind of set myself a time scale. It's not like it's got to be done in time for Christmas or a birthday or a birth or anything, because anyone who was making shit from when I was born, well, I arrived 6 weeks early, so surprise. But it is, it is for me. If it takes me 5 years, it takes me 5 years. If it takes me 3 months, it takes me 3 months. I am expecting it to be nearer a year, but at the same time, we have already proved that we can do half a square a week without going too insane. Well, if that's the case, if we can do half a square a week, we're looking at 36 weeks, which is 6 months, right? Well, just over 6 months. But I've also got time off in December where I will be able to do more on a daily basis. I do appreciate that a lot of people will be at work, so I'll kind of be on my own for that. But at the same time, for example, during the quiet phases of this stream, I've been watching Doctor Who. So I have the ability to watch shitty films and crappy TV and series, and I tend to watch things I've already watched, so I don't need to look at them quite so much. So, to be honest, Harry Potter, I am not a pothead, right? I am not an extreme Harry Potter fan, but I do find I've got the audiobooks. There's 1,152 hours in the Harry Potter books. I do find myself comforted by listening to them because I know the story, so it doesn't overwhelm my brain with, I know that, but I don't. Oh, look, ads. Great, marvellous. Stick of poking, where art thou? Yeah, the whole kind of Twitch ad thing seems really hit and miss because different people get different ads. So, for example, it's telling me there's still 2 minutes of ads to go, but some people didn't. You know, it's almost like, I guess in essence, if they don't feel they've got much to offer you as an ad, you don't get much. And as I said yesterday, I am not in this for the money, so, which is just as well, frankly. But I'm not in it for the money. I don't expect the ads to make me a millionaire. I am not Mr. Beast or Asmongold. If I had 24,000 of you watching, I'd actually feel really embarrassed. So, from that point of view, kind of happy. Would I be happy with a bit more kind of chat so that you've got people to talk to and things to talk about amongst yourselves so that there are discussions going on while I work? That would be nice, I think. That kind of level would be optimal for me. So I'm talking maybe, at most 20 people, right? But the truth of it is, whether it's one of you, none of you, or all of you in the world, right? Please, not all of you in the world, please. Dear God, no. But I am predominantly doing this for my own documentation. So that when my brain cells go, hey, let's do some crazy shit, that I can kind of go, Exhibit A. Really? Do we want to kind of do this again? And hopefully appease a few of the brain cells and maybe make them a bit more of a minority. But I am predominantly doing the documentation for me. I am desperately trying to make sure that I never touch it off stream, which is awkward because obviously sometimes there's half an hour when, waiting for my sausages to cook or something, that I might have done a little bit, but I can't do that without starting up a stream, doing like 20 minutes and stopping it again. And that just seems slightly daft, really. So, in my mind, as long as I do like an hour a day, so a bit like, music practice, if I can do an hour a day, minimum. But if I can't do it, it is not a problem, but my goal is to do at least an hour a day. Obviously, when I had the pin crisis, leaving it a day to help my brain calm down, and in case the pins had not arrived, have some stuff for the weekend. Now, I have not used a single one of my new pins yet, because obviously I can go back and rescue pins, and arguably I could rescue a lot more than I currently have. So, but at the same time, as you know, I tend to generically wait till I've got to the end of the next section before I will pull out a previous. So I have a lot more pins on the cushion than is normal, but that's my choice. And I don't mind that. I have no problem with that. I mean, it means you don't see the errors till later. But it also means you don't have to put pins back as a whole. So I don't feel bad. I mean, for example, when I get to the bottom of this ground section, which obviously the lines are getting longer, so it takes a bit longer each line. But I won't say I've done half, because I haven't, but I have done nearly a quarter of a triangle. I mean, it's not literally, but if you think about it, this triangle here, there's then the same triangle here, so it's nearly a third. I mean, obviously this square's not a triangle, but it's nearly a third. It's about a third. We'll go with a third, right? So I would have done a third of a triangle today. And obviously, let's say you do a third of a triangle every day, and okay, I've done 3.5 hours today, but I have done some sitting and talking. And this section goes quicker than these sections, so and the cloth stitch sections go fastest of all. So an awful lot of these things are, it's not bad. I'm not unhappy with my progress. I think the progress I made during the week this week, I was disappointed with myself, in part because obviously I kind of embarrassed myself with the slight overreaction to the pin shenanigans. But if I could tell you what was going on, I think, and I will be asking actually when we're allowed to talk about it, because it is it's bigly affecting 3 people, and our friends and people who know us. If we can't tell them, then, you know, we're excluding some of our support matrix, which realistically we need, and it is that kind of, you know, I mean, they did say that when we reached a certain point we could, and technically we have reached that point, but at the same time they kind of formally didn't. At the same time, it's complicated, it really is. But, so I don't know whether I'm allowed to. And the moment I'm allowed to, I will tell people, because I want people to understand why I am as distracted and not quite my usual self. Because it is a big change. But it is, you know, we will get there, and it will be understandable, I believe. You know, I mean, it is, maybe people will feel it's a slight overreaction, but, you know, we each handle everything differently, so, but as long as I keep doing this, I don't really have a problem, as long as there is progress, that I don't find myself wanting to give up, or that I'm beginning to resent the time it's taking. You know, I don't see it as a problem. I do, as I said earlier, I do recognise that with 18 identical squares to go, with 78 friggin' stupid triangles to make, it's a lot. It is a lot of triangles. And as a result of a lot of triangles, I am going to get bored of them. You just can't do... I mean, it's only 3 stitches, and it's only cross and twist making up the 3 stitches, so... The truth of the reality is whether you're doing stitch A or stitch B, realistically, to an extent, it's all kind of the same. It's a bit like knitting in that sense. If you only did knit and purl, no yarn overs, no decreases, no nothing else, even if you're forming a pattern with it, your brain starts kind of going, done this, you know, isn't there something else yet? So, you know, as long as we keep making progress and we don't, and we stop before we kind of go, I want to set light to it, I'm bored, you know, sick of it, want to yeet it off a bridge somewhere. Because believe me, there's a good bridge down the road from me for yeeting stuff off, although I'm not so sure the motorway inhabitants would feel quite so pleased. But as long as it's not going to kill anybody, you know, you could yeet a few things off there. It's a bridge after all, especially if you did it at night. No, I'm not condoning yeeting things off motorway bridges, but especially not people. But it is, you know, as long as I continue to make progress, there's nothing to be mad at. A few videos ago, I talked a little bit about how nothing boils my piss more than when someone says to you, you're not trying. You can tell me I'm not effective because maybe I'm putting a lot of effort in and I'm getting nowhere fast. You know, if I'm trying to, you know, spoon the Sahara Desert with a teaspoon, it's going to take me a lifetime and it's not practical. But you still can't tell me how much effort that is to me. Only I know that effort. And so I'm putting effort in this. I am trying as much as I can not to make mistakes. I still am, of course, but I'm trying not to. So from an effort point of view, I sit here with backache on occasions. I sit here kind of tired and distracted and hungry because, believe me, right now I'd happily eat a dog. But at the same time, I'm putting in effort. Now, you know, it's not like, you know, shoveling sand or whatever. I'm not sweating and, you know, almost, sweating blood over it. Yeah, there was a bridge near Edgware in London. Well, it's on the edge of London. Most people wouldn't call it London, but technically, anyway. Edgware, very near London, in or near, depending on your personal perspective of these things. I heard someone say Gloucestershire was in Wales. Oh my god, there was an American. It was a video, and there was this American who felt that Gloucestershire, was in Wales, and it was kind of, no, we're not Welsh. I mean, I know it's close. We're like 30, depending on where you are, you can be 10 minutes away from Wales, but we are not. We are the British side of the Wales border. No offence to the Welsh. And I know you're in Wales, so, but it is we are definitely on the English side of that line. It doesn't make us right or wrong, but we are on the English side of that line. But the Edgware Bridge, there were some very publicly... Fair enough. Well, to be honest, we've all got a bit of a muddied background, so, we can't be too prissy about where we came from, because even the Welsh and the Scottish are Scandinavian, Nordic, from, Danish, French, German. Frankly, we're all a big pile of mutts, so we can't all prance around like... I mean, it's like people who bang on about their pedigree dog. There's no such thing as a pedigree dog. Not really. People bred dogs with certain traits to encourage them, and as a result have dogs with certain traits. But they're all descended from the same shit, so it's not like they came from different places. They are just a variant that has specialised in a particular look. And of course, by, interbreeding, you're not doing them favours, love. When I was a kid, let's start this. When I was 15, I was doing my GCSEs. I was the first year of GCSEs. And we had a lovely dog called Sandy. Now, Sandy was 100% mutt. He had so many different breeds within him that you almost couldn't pick them all out. There was probably more than we ever knew. And the phrase was Alsatian, Dalmatian, Corgi and Whippet with a bit of Scottish Terrier. Bear in mind that dog's been dead like 36 years. Anyway, probably 37. Anyway, during my GCSEs, Sandy's health deteriorated quite a lot. And I spent time, because I loved that dog like he was my brother, because he was the only family of my own age that I had, I spent it feeding that dog Complan in a way that only ill dogs know, which is you get a syringe without the needle on it, fill it up with substance, and you slowly squeeze it in their mouths so that it trickles. And of course, they cough. So you end up sprayed with whatever it is. So I spent the majority of my GCSEs smelling of chicken Complan, which I need to point out is not a perfume of delight. It could be worse, it could be vomit, or poop, but chicken Complan is quite an odour. It's hard to not notice. And so when sitting in one's exams, all I can smell is chicken Complan, and I'm reminded of my very ill dog at home. And I came back from one exam, and dangling from a piece of string, hard to explain, but as you came through the front door, the stairs there was a little bit of a gap, which was under the stairs, and then there was the stairs that kind of went sideways to the right, and then round to the right and over the top, so you're now heading over the thing. And dangling from the stairs, there was a hook for some reason. It was always there. It was mainly for Christmas decorations, I think. But dangling from the hook was a piece of string, and on the end of it, a little note that said, "Ring Dad." I didn't need to. I opened that door. Now, that dog had been old for many years, and he would be asleep somewhere, and he was sleeping like the dead, right? So it's not like I was used to, boundy, woofty, woofty, woof, because, well, he was slightly deaf, blind as a bat, and now very ill. But I knew the moment I opened that door, the dog was not in the house. I just knew. So there wasn't much point phoning my dad, but I did phone my dad. Was a good girl, and it was like, "We had to take Sandy to the vets earlier." Yeah, Dad, I worked that out because he's not here. "Oh, did you look?" "No, I didn't need to look, Dad." Anyway, the following day, we went down the RSPCA and we picked up 2 dogs, brother and sister, called Spot and Cindy. And they were Border Collie White Alsatian kind of mix. Although she was really quite small. He was normalish side. She really was tiny. I mean, she probably weighed more than Amy does. But so Amy's slightly taller, but she is far skinnier. Cindy was kind of round. Anyway, she was a bit more chunky, as older collies tend to do, to be fair. So I don't remember so much as a puppy. But we then got Spot and Cindy, and they were rescues, obviously. And Spot and Cindy had a lot of anxieties, one of which was being left. So my parents, being slightly sensible, limited the amount of distraction they could do by putting them in the kitchen. The kitchen did not fare well on many occasions. To the point, the doorstop for the kitchen door actually went through a joist in the house, in the floor. Spot pulled that up. He pulled the 12-inch nail through from the joist out. But they would cry at night and keep us up when it was pub closing time and club closing time. So they would cry kind of for quite a few hours at night. It was really hard, but they did settle down. But they were brother and sister. Anyway, when it came to being about 5 months old, my parents looked to get them both neutered. And for some reason, obviously we are talking 30-something years ago, so, today's society tends to neuter quite late so the dogs are often 2 or 3. Back then, it was generally around 6 months. And the RSPCA often do them even sooner, so that there is no chance to breed from them. But because the RSPCA had already known my parents, which is where Sandy came from, they let them have them on the grounds that they would neuter them later. And my dad took Cindy down, because for some reason Cindy was... Excuse me, got hiccups again. Cindy was going to be first. And... she's having a phantom pregnancy. She's a bit swollen, and there aren't any puppies, but it's phantom pregnancy, so we can't do it while she's in this state. We'll need for the hormones to subside. Okay. Then there was a couple of occasions where Spot and Cindy did the do, despite being brother and sister. And we did try to keep them apart as much as we could, but, there are limits when you have to live in a house. And, well, anyway, towards the end of... I think my exams had just finished by this point. Because I do remember being in school uniform, so maybe it was after the summer holidays. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was wearing brown. Don't ask. My school uniform was brown, sixth form was black and white. So it must have been... Sandy died right at the beginning, and then obviously... These were later. Anyway, my dad phoned the vet in the stinkiest mood at 7 o'clock in the morning when 2 phantoms were born on his bed. These phantom pregnancy was actually 2 puppies, and they were very cute. The puppies, we named them Uno and Duo because one had 1 patch over one eye and one had 2 patches over each eye. So, Uno and Duo. And I'd never had a chance to see puppies of that age. Not live, anyway. Not, live with them and all the rest of it. So, while I was still going to school, we had to leave the dogs. And the dogs did their thing during the day. And we'd come home. And I remember, I swear on my life, I trod on one. Because... the dog bed would be upside down or whatever, and I'd tread on the corner of it. And I never squished one, don't get me wrong, but I know that under my foot there was at least once a puppy, because I was aware that doesn't feel right. And I'm quite good at that, so, the chances are the puppy barely felt a thing. But I still was rather conscious I'd potentially trodden on it. And about 3 months into their life, Uno was not doing very well. She was a lovely little puppy, but she can't be. It must only have been weeks. Because she didn't even get to be house trained, and Duo was house trained by 6 weeks. Anyway, it must be 3 weeks. It felt like months, but she was going blue quite often, and Dad took her down the vet, and the vet said she had a heart issue, and she would never really survive. In that, every time she ate or drank, basically her heart would stop, or she couldn't breathe. And I was adamant I could hand feed the dog and keep it warm and, you know, love it until the end of time, which of course I would have done. But they had to have her put down, so we ended up with just Duo. And Duo was a real character, don't get me wrong, I love Duo. And my parents sold her to someone, which was slightly disappointing, would have liked to have kept her. But at the same time, it's not often good to keep puppies with their parents because they don't get to thrive in the way a puppy or like children should. You know, children should leave home so that they become independent and do their own thing. Anyway, Duo and I had a whale of a time. I have some great pictures of Duo. She was very much a good little character. But it sunk very home with me that a litter of puppies of 2 is quite small. But on top of that, it was the fact that one of them had a defect because they were brother and sister. You know, Duo seemed to have got away scot-free, but at the same time, one of the puppies was defective because they were brother and sister. And when I got these 2, I went to my vet and I kind of went, "Hey, how soon can we neuter these 2?" And they were kind of like, "Oh, well, we don't normally do it until after that." And I went, "I'm not having puppies. I am not going to have puppies, and I will not be able to keep them apart because they are attached at the hip. They have never known being apart, and they get really stressed when they're apart. So I'm not going to try and do that to them for like a month while they're potentially fertile, shall we call it. I'm not prepared to do that. I need them to be new." And they understood. "Oh, it very rarely works first time." And I went, "Well, I've seen it happen, so I'm not gonna. You can say all you like, but I've seen it happen, and we do not need to introduce more puppies." So when I got these neutered, they were 5 months, which is early. It means as a whole, Rory is a bit of a Peter Pan. He never entirely grew up, which isn't a bad thing. He still thinks he's a little tiny puppy, and he is a big softie. She's scatterbrained, but she was always scatterbrained, so it was long before she was neutered. She was scatterbrained. So, but she also had a hernia, which no one had spotted except for me for some reason. And so it was kind of like, I need you to do that too before that becomes a problem. So it made lots of sense to neuter them sooner. So we did. Got them done at 5 months so that I didn't get the joys of puppies. Because don't get me wrong, part of me would have been really happy to have a house full of puppies. My carpet wouldn't have been so pleased because it was struggling enough as it was. But part of me would have loved a house full of puppies, especially in 2020 when there was nothing else to do. But yeah, I am a strong believer of neutering your dogs. We've got enough spare dogs, we don't need to add to them. Now obviously there have to be some dogs who produce more dogs, but the world seems to have an endless supply of dog, and we can all justify neutering our dog. Plus, the complications of not doing so can be astounding. Yeah, carpet's not a plan when you've got puppies. Carpet, in fact, is just kiss it goodbye. Just burn it. This carpet, because these 2 spent 72 hours in a van, so couldn't have any form of crate training and any form of discipline, even kind of going no at them was too much to start with. the carpet took a beating, and I've got a carpet, frankly, this colour, right? And it was not a good plan. My hall carpet looks more like it's been out in the garage, or a walk through for a field. It just didn't have a good life, you know. It's definitely seen better days. And while they're good now, of course they're good now. Mind you, they're also 4, so they fucking ought to be. I really do need to change the carpet, but I know that it's technically clean, it's just stained. Doesn't look like it, but I know that technically there are no germs in it, and that it's not, you know, the carpet monster's not going to, you know, rise up and, you know, axe murder me in the night. So it's, you know, it's not alive. But at the same time, yeah, it's not a good look for the carpet. And bear in mind, they weren't even in the house, because part of 2020 I had to go in the office twice a week, and so for those 2 days they would not be in the house while I was not. So it's not like they had free reign to potty in the house. It was only while I was here, and it's the hallway because they know they're not supposed to do it in the house, so they used to run and do it where I couldn't see them. So obviously they're allowed to go to the kitchen for a drink of water, so they go to the kitchen for a drink of water, and you know, what comes in must come out, and either on the way there or on the way back, the hall carpet kind of took a bit of a beating. And of course you wouldn't notice because, you know, they'd go along to the kitchen, and okay, they didn't exactly hair down there at breakneck speed. But they didn't seem to take their time. It wasn't like they were gone for 20 minutes. And then they come back and all was good. And then you go to the loo and you go, that wasn't wet. That wasn't there. But of course it's too late now. Can't say anything about it now. It's too late. So, yeah. Poor carpet. I really do need to replace it at some point. In fact, I probably would replace most of the carpet down here. I think it was fairly new when I moved in. So, I know it's 6 years old, but it was fairly new when I moved in, but it's definitely had a hard life. But if I've got to move everything, I just don't fancy it. It's like painting. You'd love to paint the walls, but the idea of moving all the furniture really does put it off sometimes. So what dog types do you have? Puppies, because puppies are cute, let's face it. For some reason my brain's saying beagle corgi type thing. I'm not sure why. I mean, don't get me wrong. House full of Labradors. Actually, a house full of Newfoundlands would be the greatest thing in the world. I really like Newfoundlands. I've got this like biological urge for Newfoundlands. Never actually owned one. But they're huge and fluffy and glorious. Lurchers are good. Yeah, I think the biggest problem I had with these was because they spent 4 odd months of their life outside in a shelter where they could just go when they needed. that was the mentality they had because they were not trained at any point. And they'd got used to that, and it was needing to break the oh, I need a pee, here will do, right? And then here is the best place for this. So obviously, you know, I did the whole frigging cheerleader routine when they did it outside, as you do. Feel like a complete idiot, especially when they're little, but you go so over the top and all excited and yay, and you know, here's a treat, and you know, do a little dance and everything almost, you know. It quite sad and pathetic really. But so I did do a bit of that, obviously when I first got them, to encourage them that the outside was the distinctly best place to be doing this. But they don't like weather, and they arrived on the 31st of October. So, it was already dark and kind of wet here in the UK. So, as a result, they were not overly keen of the whole going outside. And while I did put some pads down and kind of like, if you have to, here will do, they didn't like the pads so much. I assume because it makes the plasticky noise from the pads on the back. But I had pads rather than newspaper because I don't have newspapers to put down, really. So, they were awkward to train. They were not so awkward to train with sitting and taking treats gently, and I use the words in and out, and they know exactly when I say in and I point, they know that it means go over there. If I say out and point, that also means go over there. But I can also, you're somewhere else and I want you here, in can also mean to me. They are aware of the kind of causal, you know, effect of what I'm actually meaning rather than just the word. Sweet. And you know, that's the thing is, I mean, lots of people these days do not have, you know, it's not like the days of old where every dad in the UK got the morning paper, right? People don't do that. We just mooch online, look at the BBC News, sigh, and look and go, right, well, that's depressing enough, and move on. You know, we don't tend to do newspapers like we used to, and so as a result, there isn't the newspaper to put down. And we're not buying enough kitchen roll to do that because that's friggin' expensive. And so, yeah, and towels can work, but that's minging because then you never want to use those towels again because, well, yeah. And even though you've washed them somehow, although I'm not too proud, but still some of them really come out very secondhand and we won't be using those for anything useful again. But, you know, it is, so hence I bought some puppy pads, and I bought some quite big puppy pads to give them a little bit of wander room, shall we call it, because Charlie, the icon that I have, Charlie rather famously kind of almost hikes from Land's End to John O'Groats every time he had a poo. That dog covered more miles having a poo than he did not having a poo. So I was prepared for wanderings. You know, who am I to judge? If you need to wander while you do it, you can do that. So I allowed for that and got some big pads. If the weather's really bad, I still occasionally put a pad down, just so that if they feel that they can't, you know, so at night, if they didn't go out late at night because it was howling and the rain was sideways, and that if they feel that they can't make it, that they've got somewhere safe to go, and that's an acceptable spot. But I do not encourage the use of the inside as a whole, because obviously that's what the outside is for. But one of the things that I think an awful lot of people forget, now, as dog owners, nearly every dog owner it makes teenage girls look really easy, I think, is the short answer to that. Constant is the short answer, isn't it? It's the best way to describe how much laundry there is. Constant. But it is you know, whatever you do, there is, and one of the things that, I know, I was there, but it is that kind of thing, is that, it's like people who get a dog and then moan because, I know, the walk-in fee for an out-of-hours vet near me is 150 quid. So if the dogs... So if, for example, became concerned with Amy's leg, I mean, it's not healing as well as it should, but it's not infected. It's just not healing as well as I'd hoped. Mainly because she keeps fucking licking it. And pulling it open a little bit, so it's not kind of sealed down the way that I thought it would. Or that it should have done, given the chance. So, but if I decided that, you know, that's looking infected, no, she's got to go down to the vets now, she needs, you know, it needs proper, thorough medical attention, it's not gonna, you know, it's not a home job, it's now beyond that. It's 150 quid out of hours. Without anything happening to your dog, just for you to walk through that door, 150 quid, which is a lot of money. But at the same time, you are paying for a surgeon, nurse, equipment that is all on standby that will save precious foo-foo should something happen to it. And obviously, you know, they've got fixed amount of time, and on any given night, while everyone would like to think that no one needs to go in, they're usually not unbusy. And I know that towards the end of Charlie's time, the deciding factor, the tipping point for Charlie was he was doing all right. He really was. He was doing fine. And he got a grass seed in the paw. As it turns out, we didn't know that. We knew he had an infection in his paw, but we, you know, everybody and their dog had a look and couldn't find anything wrong with it. I got up on the Saturday morning. Now, our vets are open Saturday mornings till about 1 o'clock. Got up on Saturday. Charlie was quiet, but it wasn't. And I took him his bonios, and Charlie and bonios was a bit like me and cheesecake. You know, he didn't usually refuse, and he didn't refuse it, so it didn't seem too bad. Anyway, I noticed later he hadn't actually eaten it; he'd just buried it under himself, and he was having a snooze. Around about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I realised Charlie wasn't awake. Charlie could not wake. And so I rushed him down the vet. I paid the fee. And, you know, I carried him in. And they kind of went, "What's wrong?" And I went, "Well, he doesn't seem to be," you know, he was vaguely awake at this point, but he was definitely not with it. And they took him inside and they poked him around a bit and had a look. And weren't exactly sure, but he had a really high fever, so gave him a buttload of antibiotics. And for some reason, instead of keeping him like normally they would, they sent him home with me, which was fine, and told me to come back at about 10 o'clock at night. Well, by 10 o'clock at night, he was able to walk into the vets, which was a vast improvement. But I'd also been sitting, you know, he'd been sitting on the couch next to me, and I'd been keeping a very close eye on him, and I'd found the grass seed in his paw. I'd got it out, because his paw was swollen, and I was generally holding his paw. I kind of gave it a bit of a squeeze, and eventually it kind of went pop, and obviously a bit of pus and gunk and crack, and, you know. But now the foreign body was removed, that obviously helped, and obviously, you know, I squeezed a bit of the pus out because he wasn't entirely all with it, so I could give it a bit of a squeeze, got as much out as I could, gave it a bit of a clean, and he was a lot better. And then they said come back on the Sunday for, you know, round 3, and we did that, and, you know, he trotted in quite happily on that. But very shortly after that, he then went downhill again, but this time it was more of a cough. And initially, the first vet I saw was a lady vet. Now, I have no problem with genders, really don't care. But this particular lady vet I had a problem with. She was just a cow. She basically said, well, he's 16, just put him down then. I'm sorry, so if you got a cold when you're 65, we're going to put you down? Because right here and now, right now, I'll sign up to volunteer for that. Because if you'd seen him the day before, he was happy. Currently, it's about £150 just to walk through the door. Everything else, of course, is on top. I haven't been recently, but my neighbour has, and she assures me it's now £150. If not a bit more. And she, by the way, she's got a little Frenchy, tiny little thing, so actually it's a bit round. Actually, it's more round than long, but yeah, little fat Frenchy. Because it used to be 99 quid to walk through the door. Apparently it's now more than that. But our vets now do a couple of other things which is really quite infuriating. So obviously most of us have pet insurance. Holy shit. Yeah. And you know, I mean, here's me saying holy shit. I'd still pay it. I'd just say holy shit and swear a lot more when I had to do it. But I mean, it's like I said, if I decided that right here, right now, that Amy's leg was looking bad, and let's say it would cost me 200. Exactly. But you know, if I decided right here, right now, Amy's leg was bad, other than I don't have a working car, which would be complicated, I would get her to the vet, and if I had to pay 250 quid to walk through the door, 250 quid to walk through the door, really would rather not want to pay 250 quid to walk through the door. But if that's what it's got to be, that's what it's got to be, right? I have some savings that I try not to dip into, but in case of dog and emergencies, which it would be, that's exactly what it's for, right? But the number of people you get, people who are posting and going, oh, it cost me £60 to take my dog to the vet. Yeah. Have you seen how much how much training they do to become vets, mate? I mean, it's not like they hand them out Christmas crackers. It costs a bit, and then don't get me wrong, it's rare to see a poor vet. It's like seeing poor dentists. You never see a poor dentist, and there's a reason for that. Guy I used to work with, he used to come and collect my tapes at work, right? And when he did his degree, now he was older than me. When he did his degree and came out to work, the average wage in the UK was less than £8,000. And even then, when he graduated, he stayed living in the house with a bunch of people that he'd lived with while he was at university. Ouch. Yeah. And even knowing it's coming doesn't make it hurt less, really. I mean, I know when my dad died, there was part of me that viewed it through the eyes of a dog owner, in that I looked at the man in the hospital bed, and he was a shadow of his former self. He was basically unconscious, and he was not going to be able to live. He was not going to get better. There was no way on God's earth he was ever going to get better. They couldn't fix him. He was too ill to be even remotely starting fixing him, but even if they could have done, there was too much. He would have needed 2 lung transplants, right? He would have needed that, and he was not strong enough for that because, well, that's why he needed the lung transplant. It was kind of catch-22, but basically, one lung was a lump of cancer, the other one was covered in many, many nodules of cancer. And so when they told me, your dad's got all these nodules, and there's this 11 centimetre mass in this lung, should his heart stop, we will not be able to start it again. I went, okay. And they were expecting the wailing and the gnashing of teeth, and it's kind of like, yeah, it's probably the best thing for him. And I'm not going to say I was happy, because that was so not the word for it. But at the same time, he died fairly quickly. Well, basically, he found out what he actually had on the Friday, by the following Thursday, he'd gone. By the end of that Thursday, he was no more. So it took less than a week from knowing exactly what was wrong with him to it being too late. So he'd left it too long. Now, don't get me wrong, he died in August, and back in like February, April, they'd wanted to kind of do some x-rays, and he'd refused on the grounds that the germs would kill him. No, it was the pipe sticking out of your face, dear father. But it was you know, it was the way it was, and you know, when he died, it was the best thing for him. It's not the best thing for me, but it's not about me. It was the best thing for him. And so I won't say calm, because that's not entirely the right word either, but I had accepted the way it was going to be. And Guy stopped me. Well, I was standing there thinking how I was going to tell various people after he died. I'm standing out by the lift, waiting for the lift to come. And this guy kind of like, oh, you'll be back tomorrow. And I went, no point, he died. And he kind of went, you're on your own. Well, yeah. It's only me left, dude. I mean, you know, I can't exactly summon them out of the grave, can I? And he was like, but you can't go on your own. And I went, I ain't got any choice, dude. I've got to go home. I've got to go and sort it all out. I don't have brothers and sisters. I don't have, you know, he doesn't have a wife. You know, it's just me, dude. And he was mortified for me. And it was kind of like, why is he so upset? Because if he'd seen, you know, if he could have appreciated how my dad was, it would have been worse for my dad to live. Because he would have had a really long, you know, if they dragged it out, he would have been uncomfortable, he'd have been in pain, he would have had, you know, even if they could potentially have treated it in some ways, it would have been horrendous. I mean, I've had chemo. I can tell you now, the moment I came out from having leukemia and having 6 months of chemo, I swore on my life I would rather die from it than ever go through that again. So I wouldn't wish that on people. Now, chemo today is not what it was back then. To be fair, I've seen a couple of people on chemo, and you almost wouldn't notice. Whereas when I was on chemo, basically it was, we're trying to kill you, we hope we fail. Oh, cheers for that. Whereas chemo today is more targeted, so it's not pleasant, far from, and some of them are still quite unpleasant. But the average chemo today is more pill. It's more like taking headache pills or antibiotics, rather than the bags of extra poisonous gloop that is literally trying to kill you. And so, you know, I was quite practical about it, just as well. But at the same time, it was quite overwhelming. And the moment this bloke kind of went, but you're on your own. Yeah, I know that. Thanks for reminding me of that. And my brain did have a bit more of a wibble, because, of course, I knew that. I really did know that, because, well, it was kind of obvious. But it hadn't heard those words. It hadn't kind of uttered that sentence. And that sentence was hard to hear, because you sit there going, yeah, I am, actually. And I had to go back and tell people who knew him very well that he had departed. I know that while I was sitting by his bedside and he was still arguably with us, although very mentally not, I was talking to one of my best friends, and my best friend texted me, and it's kind of like, you know, so where are you? And I said, oh, I'm sitting by his side, you know, it's going to be soon. And almost like 10 minutes later it was done, and it was like 10 minutes later it was kind of like, it's gone now. And the shock from my poor friend was, you know, oh my God, really, that quickly? But they went through something similar a few years later, and I was there for them, because that's how these things work. And, I mean, they were a bit more fortunate, although maybe not. They have a brother. At least there is someone else to be partaking in some of the roles and responsibilities. It may not be a good thing, it may not be, you know. We all know that not every sibling is perfect. But that they had, you know, they had someone else going through it with them, that, you know, legally there was someone else that maybe could do some level of assistance, because certainly my friend didn't live that near his dad. Like many of us got, you know, ended up moving away somewhere. But I think his brother was closer. But it was, but don't bet on it. But I know that when my ex-husband's parents went, his brothers and sisters were splattered around the country. He was the closest. When his mum died, we were still married, and we did a bit of support for Dad, but we didn't really need to do too much because his dad had been kind of doing a lot of the things himself anyway. So it was just more of a occasional phone call. You're all right, we'll drop over and see you, and it was more casual. But obviously, when his dad went, it was a lot bigger because now the house needed to be sorted, the dog needed someone to look after it. And I'd booted Trev out, so Trev went to stay at his parents. It was a big thing, and come the end of it, Trev did 90% of everything. They did come down and help sort out the house in the end, but he had to go over there. He had to deal with the dog every day. He ended up living in the house, mainly because he couldn't live with me because I'd booted him out. So he had to live in his parents' house. Now, it wasn't his childhood home. It was very much his parents' house, not his. So whereas my dad's house, I stayed in my dad's house for a month, 6 weeks, something like that. But of course, it was my childhood home, so it was like going home to me. And it felt like home because I knew all the creaks, I knew where everything was. I could guess where my dad would have put things because I knew the house. Whereas this was a strange house, he didn't know that. And the dog was a cantankerous old thing. She was lovely, but she was a cantankerous old thing at the same time. She hated people. If she was still alive today, she would be in my garden, down the farthest corner, almost hiding under a bush, glaring out, wishing that society would leave her alone. Because that's what made her happy. She wasn't much better with his parents, I need to point out. She wasn't exactly lapdog extraordinaire. Apparently she liked me because she would let me go and pat her on the head. Hence she came to live with me towards the end, and I had to make the decision that her time was nigh when she basically would have had fly strike and she got full of maggots. Fortunately, it hadn't started actually eating the dog, but she had a fur full of maggots, and they would have started on the dog very shortly. And so I gave her a good scrub up, and we fed her a lot of cheese because she liked cheese as her last meal. And we took her the next day to go be with her parents. But it is a tough thing being a dog owner, and as you say, an awful lot of people don't understand that dogs cost money, and yet you hear conversations like the average child costs 15 grand a year. Well, first of all, 15 grand a year is actually quite a lot, but dogs cost money. I mean, these two chew through a 15 kilo bag of dog food in 2 weeks. Well, if you buy the 50 quid shit, I don't buy the 50 quid shit, but if you do buy the 50 quid shit, that's 100 quid plus a month in dog food. Then, because I seem to have accident-prone dogs, I pay for the higher level of payout. So I've got the £8,000 or £10,000 cap on the payout. I currently pay, it's like 100 quid a month for 2 dogs. Just going to quickly check actually. Come on, phone, pick it up. It won't take that long. Why do all these things take a long time? We don't want them to. £118.37 a month for 2 dogs, and they're only 4 years old. You wait till they're 12, be like a frigging mortgage. But it does mean that at the same time, if I need to go and have a leg done, I only pay the excess. That's it. But my vets have also put in complications with that. It used to be, because they knew I have pet insurance, because, well, I'm a good owner, they've known me for years, I'd pay the excess and they'd claim back the rest, because they always get it pretty much within a week. They won't do that now. First of all, you pay your excess, then you pay a £120 holding fee, then you pay a £35 fee for them to email/fax the form over, bearing in mind, of course, you still have to get them to fill it in anyway. So whether you send it or they send it, if they send it, it's £35, please, madam. They then want you to obviously pay them direct, but you've got to have paid, and then kind of almost they'll give you the money back. They've obviously been burned really badly by some people, because it didn't used to be that way. Before, it was almost, once it's all settled, we'll tell you how much is left and you can pay it up. And obviously they got burnt really hard doing that. And now it's the polar opposite, and it's kind of like pay up front for everything, and we'll let the pet insurance pay you. Maybe we'll probably tick our box and we'll have to give it back to you later, but it's very different. And obviously, let's say you've got an ongoing thing, it's 120 quid each time, it's 35 quid each time. It's not the first time only for a scenario or per animal or whatever, it's every time. So it's 155 quid just for them to fax off a form. Realistically, feels a bit steep, if you know what I mean. So it's not why I haven't taken my dogs down the vet. She doesn't need it. It is, I mean, it was quite a deep scratch, and it was borderline, but I'm pretty confident that it's not gonna go nasty or anything. It would do a lot better if she'd stop fiddling with it, and maybe the cone of shame is an option. I'm not sure I've got a big enough cone of shame, actually. I've only got your puppy ones, I think. But then a brother would lick it, so it's not really on a winner. I can't. And of course, even if you put a cone of shame on them, you can still lick somebody else's. Is all I will say to that. I think that as it's nearly 4 o'clock, I'm going to call a halt for today. I'm going to pull a few pins though, I think, and reveal this bit up here, because, well, that's a thing. Because we like, will you stop licking the sofa, you gross annoying animal? For some reason, I don't mind dogs licking me, really don't, although I do like to breathe. No, it's not. And again, that's where an awful lot of these things, this is of course why, let's say farmers, for example, have a very different view on animals to, say, I do over Fufu, right? I name Fufu as a generic dog, right? The average homeowner with little Fufu is going to want to insure it, because should little Fufu, get a grass seed in its paw and it go a bit septic and it needs all of that, then that's fine. If, like Charlie did, Charlie kept getting things wrong with his ear. It was the same thing wrong with his ear, actually, but he kept getting things wrong with his ear. Well, as part of that, he had 5 operations on that ear, and the pet insurance paid up for each and every one of them. He had a couple of grass seeds over his life. He had, he got bit on the ear by a dog who was an arsehole, and so was the owner. In fact, the owner was the bigger arsehole. Apparently one of her dogs was in season, but she decided to walk it around the dog park off the lead, and Charlie bounded up to say hello to her, not the dog, and one of the males took umbrance to it and bit Charlie. And initially, Charlie yelped and ran away because no one had ever bitten him, no one had ever bitten him, obviously. And he was a little bit in shock, and it hurt, and he was kind of like, why did you do that? Of course it hurts. fair enough. But so Charlie had run away because this dog had bitten him, and he was, well, as you can see from the picture, he was kind of black and white, and he had a white collar, not a literal white collar. His collar was leather, but he had a white patch of fur around his neck like a collar, and he was running around and getting away from the dog because he was unhappy. And he turned around, and suddenly I realised that a whole patch of that white was red. So I, of course, immediately think, shit, what, how much damage has been done? Call him over. Oh yes. Well, of course, she's in season, and my dog was just protecting her. You're not supposed to bring a dog in season in a public area where you know that there are going to be dogs off the lead. You are supposed to walk them around the block like an arse. Go away. And she didn't oh, well, if he's terribly ill, here's my number. And she just kind of went, oh, well, that's a shame, and walked off. Anyway, I grabbed the dog, had a look, checked his neck. It didn't seem to be actually coming from neck. It turns out this dog had bitten his ear and made about a 1-inch tear in his ear. Now, he had spaniel ears, so he had big flappy ears, and it had ripped it. So I take the other dogs and him home, because I had more than one dog, and I take the others. Everyone goes home, and he's rattling his head because obviously it dribbles down his ears, and he rattles it, and he's spraying fucking blood everywhere. It's like a thing from the Saw movies, right? And I take him to the vet, and all I can see is the blood spraying around the back of me car, and it's kind of like, oh dear God. And if he goes a bit quiet, I'm suddenly convinced that he's passed out or something. Anyway, got to the vet, and they were like, oh, well, we'll have to say something. No, you won't. He'll be good. If we just hold him still and tell him it's important, he will let you do it. And they stitched him all up, and they had a good look, and yep, it was just the ear, and it was fine. And it can, and to be honest, she's bitten Rory on the ear and made a small hole in the ear hole, so don't I know it. It is, Amy, stop licking it. I know when you're licking it. I have sixth sense for these things, young lady. I don't know why. Is mine bot being mean again? Ignore my bot. Rory, stop licking the sofa. Because they're brother. I think it hates everybody. To be honest, Nightbot's a little bit paranoid. It doesn't like symbols for some reason. Even though I've told it, symbols are fine. It seems to get it in its head randomly. It's almost like it forgets that I said symbols were alright. I'll have another word with it later. But, when she did his ear, there was blood everywhere. And ears bleed a lot. It's, sometimes it's surprising, something that looks quite innocent can be a really big deal. So, Maddie was a bit upfront and a bit kind of in your face, and she ran up to a dog once, and it kind of went, no, chomp. And it kind of vampired into her shoulder. There was a singular tooth hole, bled like a... And the vampire hole wasn't too bad. I immediately took Maddie to the vet. They obviously shaved all the way around it. But it was like a hole punch. And fortunately, again, because it was immediate treatment, everything was averted. But it doesn't take a lot. All it takes is that infection. And because it's a bite, and you don't know what that dog's been eating, because, maybe they've been around the field and found something juicy, it is not ideal. And dog biting other dog is the quickest way to lose your precious little pooch. But like you've said, I'm paying £118 for 2 dogs. It's a lot of money, and I feel slightly ripped off. But at the same time, if I had 10 of them, 1,200 quid? Ouch. Right? It's you're not going to pay that a month for, if you've got 10 dogs. And so you come to the farmer point of view of, like I said with Charlie's ear, Charlie blew two cruciate ligaments, obviously not the same one, but he blew both cruciate ligaments at different points. Something like that on a working farm dog, you basically don't pay to fix that because it costs more than to replace the dog. And it is a harsher world for the animal in that sense. It's a bit like your car write-off with the insurance. You look at your car and it's just got a scratch down the side, and the insurance company go, well, actually, because it's it's crumpled the wing and the bonnet, by like 1 micro nanometer, and there's a scratch down the side of the car because basically some turnip drove into the front of your car or down the side of it. Well, that means you've got to replace that panel, and this, that, and then this, and the wheel arch, and this, and this, and this. Well, that will cost £2,500. We don't think your car's worth it. Bye. And you're looking at it going, in days of yore, there would have been a tiny bit of polyfill, a bit of paint, and we'd call it quits, right? What do you mean it's a write-off? But farmers have to do similar kind of things with their animals. In that, if you've paid £500 for a bull, if it's going to cost £700 to fix it, bolt gun next, right? You can't afford to waste the money you don't have. And it is harsh because obviously, to be honest, I'd give every penny I owned to keep my little fluffies the shape and way I like them. But I also know that not everyone can do the same. And like you say, if you've got 10 of them, if they all suddenly caught something really bad that was potentially going to be fatal, you can't necessarily afford for 10 dogs to be held in the vets overnight for a week because, well, frankly, selling your car's not going to cover that. Unless you have a Lambo. It's just not practical. And it's sad because it's a horrific way to then potentially have to say goodbye early to Fluffy, but at the same time you have to think of yourself as well. But there's two sides to that. You don't keep little Fluffy Foo-Foo going just because you don't want to say goodbye, but you also don't fix Fluffy Foo-Foo if it means you cannot look after yourself either. There is a balance to be had. And it would be a lot better if you two would stop fighting, wouldn't it? Because then there wouldn't be random holes in dogs, and we wouldn't have to consider whether we need to take you to the vet or not. Because there wouldn't be holes in the dog. Yes. I mean, when they came, they had their entire stomach was a sea of scars. Lots of tiny little scars where they'd obviously been fighting with other dogs in the shelter. And it looked more like they lived on a pile of barbed wire. It was horrendous. So, I'm under no illusion that they're pristine condition doggies. They're mine. They're good. It's fine. I miss. But you need to stop licking your leg. You do. Then it will heal much quicker because it will get on with it and won't be reopened because you've licked it. Yes. Yes. It's my nose. Thank you. You still have breath like a builder's arse, though. I think giving you a bone is in order to clean your teeth. Because, Ming, you smell. You do. You're horribly smelly. And I think you're horrible and mean and ugly. Yes, I do. You're the meanest, ugliest dog. Yes, you are. Stupid dog. Anyway, I'm going to call it quits for today. I'm going to do dog things. We'll leave it at that so they don't get excited before time. And we'll do some dog things. And we'll watch some telly. And you see, that's one of the things that I begrudge vets for. When I know that when Charlie, after he'd had his knee problems, Charlie obviously needed chondroitin and stuff to help keep him not have arthritis. because he'd obviously screwed and buggered both knees. And the pills through the vet were 100 odd quid for a packet. The same shit you can buy, you know, in chewable format at the same strength through Amazon, for example, is £12 for a month tub. I know that obviously I can't get this one off Amazon, but when Maddie was having her chemo, because she had chemo for 5 or 6 years, she had chemo until she died. But each pill from the vet was 50 quid. She originally was supposed to have 2 pills a day. Now, fortunately, she didn't tolerate it. It made her too sick, so we had to cut back. And to be honest, I was grateful because the price of that was shocking. As I said, though, you don't see poor vets and you don't see poor dentists. And where I was going with the guy who lived with some dentists, when he graduated, he was an accountant, I think it was, and he was earning $8,000 a year. The dentists were earning 100. And they'd done no more studying, no more... I mean, you know, they'd obviously done medical studying, but they were walking around on 100k when he was getting 8. And you don't get poor dentists, you don't get poor vets. You know, if you rock up to any dentist anywhere, none of them are, you know, driving around in a Y-Reg Fiesta, right? They're all driving, you know, top BMWs, you know, kind of 1-2-year-old cars. And it makes you feel fleeced for it because, you know, if you can afford to pay yourself that, it's not maybe that you're not arguably worth it, but it's much like when you go down the hospital. It's like, you know, £6 for the first 90 minutes. After, if it's more than 90 minutes, it's £26 a day or something. And you're kind of going, how much? And of course, you know, inevitably you get in and discover they're running 2 hours late, so now it's going to cost you 26 quid, right? But if you go private, the parking's free. It's free tea and coffee and biscuits and big comfy chairs to sit in, not the little plastic uncomfortable half-cracked crap that you get in the NHS. And it always strikes me that somehow they always seem to fleece the wrong people. I mean, I get private medical through work currently. And the difference to me just seems so topsy-turvy. If I can afford to have private healthcare, surely I can afford to pay a £5 for parking. Whereas people who maybe have no choice and are on NHS because they literally can't do anything else or just don't want to do anything else, the choice is yours. But there are people on there who are, you know, minimum earners and all the rest of it, or maybe unemployed. Yet you want to fleece them for parking. It's that, and of course whenever you get there, there's 40 people running around, but none of them actually seem to be getting anywhere fast, and they're all busy but not getting anywhere, and you're like, it just seems wholly inefficient. I've had a lot of time watching medical people run around and getting nowhere fast. I remember one time they were 5 hours late. There was no apology. They were just 5 hours late. Horrendous. But it is difficult, I think, for all of us. And you have to make the decision as to where you need to draw the line and stick with it. And maybe you can bend it a little bit, but you kind of need to stick with it because, as you say, if you've got 10 dogs, there's no way you're paying insurance on all of that. If all of them contracted some horrendous disease, you're not going to be paying your vet to fix all of that because no one has that kind of money. Okay, Elon Musk has that kind of money, but he's not owning the dogs, you are. And so you can feel really guilty for it, but at the same time, you'd feel guilty if you did it because now you can't afford to do all the things you need to do and everything else is suffering from it. So, I mean, for example, it's all well and good maybe paying up for little foo-foo to be fixed from something, but it's not going to do you any good if you suddenly haven't got the money for rent and now you're homeless. You know, it's not going to do you any good, is it? And so it is a harsh thing, but so many people don't realise how much a dog can cost, maybe 2. They don't realise well, it's the same as kids or people. You don't realise how vulnerable you are until it goes wrong, right? And yeah, it is worrying. And I'm lucky that I've got the funds that should I need to repair little fluffy dog, I probably can afford to. But even I would have to make some decisions as to, is it really in the interest of the dog to go through all of that? Yeah. But at the same time, of course it's the same product. One of the things that I'd do in a situation like that, so if it came up and I could get, because there are some people with farms around, if I could get one of them to maybe buy me it or take me along to buy it for myself, I'd potentially use the right amount for my dogs, and then give the remainder to the dog shelter, because it'll save them a fortune if they need it. It's it's almost cheaper to use the bit you want and donate and give away the rest than it is to buy the correct bit through the vet. And yeah, it shouldn't be like that. I mean, I know that they've got to order it and someone's got to prescribe it and all the rest of it, but there's markups and there's markups, right? If it was, let's say it's 70 quid a litre, so obviously at any one point, chances are it's doing the round. So out of a litre, that's quite a few doses. They're going to make their money back. No, but giving it away is the right thing to do. And as you say, apparently, Sainsbury's think I'm a family of 6 because I happen to eat most of a cake in one sitting. You identify as a goat today. It's a thing. But we shouldn't have to lie to them. Not really. We should be able to go, we're going to buy it, give the right amounts to the dog, and then give the rest away. Or, can't you just sell a smaller pot and I'll buy the smaller pot off you? And, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go and do me things and dog things. Rory's awake. I shall catch you next time. I don't know if I will do round 2 later. I shall see how I feel later. I'm not going to commit to a round 2 today. Part of me would like to do round 2, but at the same time I think I need to see how it goes, because by the time I've done dog things and that's the thing, a lot of it is a vet rip-off, to be honest. So, and in fact, one of my vets, before we went to the current one, the previous vet retired, which was a shame, but he used to be honest with us. If it was going to be a hell of a lot cheaper to buy it, and we could buy it, Amazon or whatever, he would tell us to do so. And my doctor's a bit like that. If they're going to say prescribe you paracetamol, don't pay the £9, prescription fee. So I was trying to think of the word prescription. Just go and buy paracetamol. If you can buy it over the counter, they will tell, and it's cheaper, they will tell you. If it's more expensive over the counter, they'll give you a prescription for it, so you get it cheaper. They're quite good, but not everyone is. Anyway, maybe later, maybe not. Definitely tomorrow. Although, after work, joy. So, see you soon. Have fun. Bye.